Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are on our third and last day of our U.S. Championship and Youth Olympic Game Qualifier. Today we have the 500 meter, and we're finishing up with the 1,000 meter. And for fun, we'll have some relays to go on right after the racing before the award ceremony. And now that we're just about 5 minutes away, we would like to ask everyone to stand for our national anthem. Please remove hats. Okay.
Sorry I had to adjust this so much. My head's so much smaller. I didn't have to on the other one, but
I didn't even know the thing was adjustable. Is it?
yeah, the very back,
Oh, okay.
a little bit. Test shot. Take one. Yeah.
For golf? Have some over. I have a net. I have a net with the softballs.
We're about 2 minutes away from the start of our first round of racing, the women's 500-meter quarterfinals.
Test.
We will have
Test.
two. We will have 3 heats in this race, in this block of racing. And we'll be picking the top 3 skaters plus the next fastest 4th place skater.
That sounded better. Yeah.
Track set, and now our skaters are getting onto the ice right now. In lane 1, we have Kristen Santos Griswold, our 1,500-meter overall champion, who also set a new American record
Yeah, I saw that
in that
yesterday,
distance. In lane 2, we have Una Wilhoit. In lane 3, we have Kyungun Jang. In lane 4, we have Andrea Sao. And lane 5, we have Samantha Scheffler.
What was that? What was that? Oh, yeah. Should I let Tommy know? Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start and a quick, fast start by Kristen Santos Griswold. She blazes through the first corner with a 7.74 half-lap opener, creating a gap between her in second place. Una Wilhoit chasing her down, trying to keep that second place position. 2.5 laps to go. Kristen Santos Griswold putting in 9.24 second lap, and coming across with the 8.7 second lap, continuing her dominant lead. Now it's a battle between Una Wilhoit and Kyungun Jang on the bell lap. Santos Griswold out in front. Can Wilhoit hold on second place and keep Jang off? Coming to the line, Santos Griswold will win unofficially. Una Wilhoit will be in second, Jang in third, Sao in fourth, and Scheffler in fifth.
All right, as we have our track stewards change the track, we're on to heat 2 of 3. In this heat, in lane position 1, we have Julie Latai. Lane position 2, we have Eunice Lee. Lane position 3, Louisiana Stahl. In lane position 4, we have Grace Chun. In lane position 5, Caroline Anderson. And in lane position 6, Selena Sue.
She's Go to the start. Ready.
And that was a little bump we had just before the first block. The race is now being called back. We'll start again.
Before the world change, I would have called back when they took out the. Yeah.
Right now, our skaters are just taking a quick second to make sure their blades are okay, as there's a little bit of blade-on-blade contact. They'll fix that up as our track stewards check the ice, and then we'll restart.
Oh. One moment, skaters. Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off with a clean start this time. We have Julie Latai in first as she builds up. We're quickly followed by Eunice Lee. Selena Sue in third place. Next we have Grace Chun, Louisiana Saul, and Caroline Anderson. That's still Julie Latai in the lead. 2 laps to go. Quickly followed by Eunice Lee. In hot pursuit is Selena Sue. That's the bell lap. 2 leaders comfortably away. And across the line.
Good morning, sunshine.
That will conclude our second quarterfinal. Our third and final women's quarterfinal is making their way onto the ice right now. In lane 1, we have Corinne Stoddard. In lane 2, we have Grace Lee. In lane 3, we have Elizabeth Rodehamel. In lane 4, we have Michelle Yee. Lane 5 is Zoe Lai. In lane 6, is Audrey Lenkong. It is absolutely wild that we have 6 people on the line for a 500 for a quarterfinal. That's a lot of bodies, a lot of people.
Lisa, can you tell one of the kids when they get back to see if they can intermittently give Chris a hand on the block numbers? So if he just put one here and like one way over here, and then Tom had to go and fix the block. So I think he's just having trouble finding which one. Okay.
Track 5. Go to the start. One moment. Go to the start. Ready.
Off to start and immediately called back to the line with some bumping and shoving in that first straightaway, as always happens with 500 meters. Everyone wants to get to that block first to get to that important first position because it gives you a big advantage going into this race where anything can happen. You have no time to you have no time to make a decision about what you want to do. You just have to do it. You have to rely on instinct in the 500 meter.
Go to the start. Ready.
Second time around, we've got a clean start by everyone. Corinne Sider putting down 7.72 half lap opener and continues pushing that pace up, creating a gap between her and the rest of the skaters. Grace Lee chasing her down in the first lap. Following close behind Grace Lee is Elizabeth Rodehamel. Is she gonna close that gap? Stoddard still out front with 8.9 second lap. It's up for grabs for that 4th place. Still time on the line for that 4th place skater. Coming around to the finish, Stoddard is going to finish in first. Grace is going to finish in second. Rodehamel in third. A close finish to 4th between Lenkong and Yi, but Lenkong seemed to outreach Lee for that 4th position.
All right, next we're moving on to our men's 500 meter quarterfinals. We have 5 heats in this event. In this first heat, lane position 1, we have our leader, Marcus Howard. Lane position 2, Wesley Park. Position 3, Sean Schweig. Position 4, Talon Im. Position 5, Eric Laporte. This is 500 meters, 4.5 laps.
In the last race, there was a penalty to skater 341, Audrey Lenkong. End of straight, inside skater failure to give way.
Go to the start. Ready.
After that first corner, we have Howard out front, quickly followed by Sean Swite. Then we have Wesley Park in third, followed by Calvin Im, and then Eric Laporte in fifth. That's Howard and Schwei quickly out front. 1 and 2. Park chasing them in third. That's 2 laps to go. These guys are flying around the track. 8.3 second laps. Park is chasing positions 1 and 2. Howard and Schwei down. We have Im and Laporte bringing up 4th and 5th. That's across the line. Howard, Schwei, Park, Im, and Laporte.
Thanks. Our first quarterfinal is hopping off the ice, and our second quarterfinal is making the way on. In lane 1, we have Brandon Kim. In lane 2, we have Justin Liu. In lane 3 is Caleb Park. In lane 4 is Wesley Jones. And lane 5 is Liam Kitchell. We are picking the top 2 skaters from every race to go on to our semifinals.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start to our second quarterfinal. Brandon Kim showing why he's a 500-meter specialist, winning that start outright with a 7.06 half-lap opener and pushing that to a 8.8 first lap, which is crazy fast. Justin Liu is right on his tail. Pivot, pushing down a hard pivot, making blocks fly everywhere, just so he can hang on to Brandon Kim. Coming around with 1 lap to go. Brandon Kim still strong out in front. Justin Liu still right on his tail. Caleb Park, a little bit of a gap. And that's how this race is going to finish. Brandon Kim 1, Justin Liu 2, Caleb Park 3, Wesley Jones 4, and Liam Kitchell 5.
All right, that was our second of 5 heats. Up next, we have heat number 3. In this heat, lane position 1, we have Jonathan So. Next to him, lane position 2, Clayton De Clemente. In lane position 3, Julius Kazanecki. Lane position 4, Yuan Hong Ma. And then lane position 5, Shua Sharma.
Go to the start. Ready.
And our skaters are off into the first corner. We have Jonathan So leading Clayton De Clemente, followed by Julius Kazanekis. We have 4 skaters very close, still same position as we started in.
So commanding his lead out. So is out in front commanding his lead. We're coming around 2 laps to go. There's no room to pass, but see if anyone can make a move. Challenging De Clemente and So for the 1-2 position. Coming around the lap to go, they created a gap between second and third place. It really is just So and De Clemente's race alone coming up to the last corner and to the finish line. Can De Clemente make a final move? No! So is going to finish this quarterfinal in first, De Clemente in second, Kazanecki in third, Ma in fourth, and Sharma in fifth.
All right, that was heat number 3. We're on to heat number 4. This heat is going to be fast and fierce. We have 6 skaters on the line for this 500 meters. Lane position 1, Alex Kotowski. Lane position 2, Xavier Lawrence. In lane 3, Noah Tropy. Lane 4, Brandon Liao. Lane 5, Edwin Sweeney. And lane 6, Andrew Hio. This is 500 meters, 6 skaters. The top 2 advance to the next round, to our semifinals.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off with 6 skaters leading the pack. We have Alex Kotowski. He's being chased down by number 427, Xavier Lawrence. We're still in all the positions we've started in. Andrew Hio's moved up to 3rd. These skaters are coming around at 8.7, 8.5 second laps. Both Andrew Hio and Noah Trophy moving up by 1 position. That's Kotowski, Hio, Xavier Lawrence, Noah Trophy. And we're across the line in that same position.
That will conclude our fourth quarterfinal, and we are making our way to our 5th and final quarterfinal. Still, 6 people on the line for this one. In lane 1, we have Sungmin Kwan. In lane 2 is Daniel Yoon. In lane 3 is Aiden Liu. Lane 4 is Benjamin Sullivan. Lane 5 is Jonathan Durheimer. And lane 6 is Ryan Shane.
Go to the start. Ready.
Heat 5 is underway. Quan wins the start, and Yoon is following him shortly after. Ryan Shane makes a blistering move on the start from 6th to 3rd to chase down the top 2 skaters. 3 laps to go. It's Quan, Yoon, Shane, Liu, Sullivan, Durheimer coming around. 2 laps to go. Top 2 skaters, Quan and Yoon, still have a gap on Shane. Is Shane going to be able to close that gap and make a move in this final bell lap? On the backstretch with a half lap to go, coming around to the final corner, coming to the line, it's going to be Quan, Yoon, Shane, Liu, Sullivan, and Durheimer. And with that whistle, that will conclude our 500-meter quarterfinal block. After, we'll have a short resurface break, and we'll come back with our semifinals.
You're okay on the 4. Resurface. Resurface. There you go. Yeah.
Doing great. So
Racing will resume at 9:16. 9:16. We are 5 minutes away from the start of our semi-final races. We are 5 minutes away.
Okay, everyone, we have 2 minutes until we start. 2 minutes until the start of our 500-meter semifinals.
In the seat, according to the seating, we've got 5 racers in each of our men's and women's semifinal. And in order to get to the A final, we are picking the top 2 plus the next fastest third skater in both the men and the women's division.
Have they gotten away before? Have they gotten away before at a games or something? Have those guys gotten away? Another person out on the ice, another obstacle. Makes sense.
All right, semifinal number 1 of 2. In the semifinal, lane position 1, we have Kristen Santos Griswold. Lane position 2, Eunice Lee. Position 3, Grace Lee. Position 4, Elizabeth Rodehamel. And position 5, Selena Sue. This again is 500 meters, 4.5 laps.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the skaters sprint off the line. That's Kristen Santos getting the first block. She's followed by Eunice Lee, then Grace Lee, Elizabeth Rodehamel, and Selena Sue. No passes yet. Kristen Santos getting a gap out front. We're in the same positions we started. This is selecting the top 2 skaters plus the fastest third skater, so time does matter here. Kristen Santos still flying out front, 8.8 second laps. No changes in position. Eunice Lee and Grace Lee, second and third, followed by Rhoda Hamill and Sue. And that's the order we're gonna finish in: Santos, Lee, Rhoda Hamill, and Sue.
Whistle's blown, and our second 500-meter semifinal is making the way onto the ice right now. In lane 1, we have Corinne Stoddard. In lane the way to the start line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off to a clean start in our second semifinal. Stoddard out front, winning the start, followed closely by Latai and Wilhoit. Coming around, 3 laps to go. We're going to see a 9.4 second lap, and it's only going to get faster from here. Stoddard, Latai breaking away from Wilhoit in that backstretch of the race. 2 laps to go. Stoddard puts in an 8.8 second lap. It's pretty spread out right now with the laps to go. Top 2, Stoddard, Latai. Third place, Wilhoit. Is Wilhoit going to get that qualifying time? We'll have to see at the end of this race. She is going to finish with a time of 45.45. Stoddard will win the semifinal. Latai in second, Wilhoit third, Stahl fourth, and Zhang fifth.
All right, as we're waiting for the track to be cleared, that's a wrap on our women's 500-meter semifinals. Up next, our men's semifinals. In this first semifinal for the men, lane position 1, Marcus Howard. Lane position 2, number 405, Sungmin Kwan. Lane position 3, Daniel Yoon. Position 4, Andrew Hio, and position 5, Jonathan So. Just like the women, we're picking our top 2 skaters plus the next fastest third to get into that coveted A final.
Go to the start. Ready.
And our men are off, sprinting off the line. We get away clean. That's Howard. Followed by number 405, Sungmin Kwan, Daniel Yoon, Andrew Hio, and Jonathan So. No passes so far. We're in the same order we started in. Howard's got a little bit of a gap at the front. And Andrew Hio makes a move up the inside. Jonathan So follows him quickly. We still have Howard and Kwan in 1 and 2. Andrew Hio fighting for that fastest third position. 1 lap to go. And as they go around the last corner, that looks like Howard, Hio, Kwan, So, and Yoon.
Our first semifinal is making their way off the ice, and our second and final semifinal is now getting ready to go to the start line. In lane 1, we have Sean Shui. In lane 2 is Alec Sklitovsky. In lane 3 is Brandon Kim. Lane 4 is Justin Liu. And lane 5 is Clayton De Clemente.
Here, the skaters are going to be warming up on the inside while our referees review the last race, all the passes that happen, see if there should be any penalties or advancements.
You want a bucket?
In that last race, we do have a penalty. That's number 446, Andrew Hio, penalized for in the corner contact from behind. That's Andrew Hio, number 445, penalized.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start to our final semifinal of the 500 meter. breaking away. It looks like Sean Shui won that start, but on the outside, Alex Skatowski makes an outside pass to get into first. Continuing into that lead, Brandon Kim makes a pass into second. A lot of passing happening right now. Justin Liu makes an inside pass going into the corner to get into third place. 2 laps to go. Shui, Skatowski, Kim, Liu, Shui, De Clemente up to the bell lap. Justin Liu makes a pass, stumbles making the pass, and ends up creating contact. Shui making a pass on Justin Liu. Coming to the line, Brandon Kim is our unofficial winner. Sean Shui is finished in second. Justin Liu in third. De Clemente in fourth, and Alex Skatowski will finish. We're also going to have to go to the video replay to review that. Lots of contact and lots of messy stuff happened in those final few laps.
You better get a dance. There's no track. Off track.
We'll let the referees review that last race as they see fit. For now, that concludes this flight of races. We're going to have a quick resurface break, and after that, our finals are coming up for both the women and the men. That's our 500-meter finals.
And during this break, if you're in the rink right now, we've got a fabulous swag shop on the north end of the rink of the bleachers. Go ahead and go check out, see what US Speedskating has for sale. Some good Under Armour gear. I've worn some of the stuff. It's really comfortable, really warm. Highly recommended.
I'd say 43. I'd say 43 or 42. 43 or 42. 43. 43. 43 I'd go with.
Folks, in that last race, number 486, Alex Skatowski, will be advanced to that A final. No penalties. Skatowski will be advanced. Racing will resume with our women's 500-meter finals at 9:42. That is 9:42. Folks, we're almost ready to get back underway. We have 2 minutes until we start. 2 minutes.
We are about a All right. Coming to the ice now, we have our C final for the women's 500 meter in our first block of races. We'll race the D and C final for the women and the men. In this race, we have lane 1, Grace Chun. In lane 2, Andrea Sao. In lane 3 is Michelle Yi. Lane 4 is Zoe Lai. And lane 5 is Samantha Scheffler.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're away for the C final as our skaters power through the first corner. We have a pass by number 3 over 4, Andrea Chow. She's now leading with 3 laps to go. She's followed by 315, Grace Chun. That's Sao, Chun, Yi, Zoe Lai in 4th. Oh, as there's a little bit of a bump, and Zoe Lai moves up into 1st position. She's still in 1st, now followed by 372, Michelle Yi. It's Lai, Yi, 383, Scheffler. As Yi moves up in the 1st place, coming across the line, that's Yi, Lai, Scheffler.
Thank you. They're closer to one now.
And that concludes our C final. Ladies and gentlemen, in that last race, we have a penalty. Number 315, Grace Chun, was penalized for, in the straight, a lane change from inside to out. That's number 315, Grace Chun.
Making the way to the ice now is our men's final blocks. Beginning with our F final, we got a 2-person head-to-head race. In lane 1 is Jonathan Derheimer, and lane 2 is Edwin Sweeney.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off to a quick and fast start. We got Derheimer takes the win off the start, followed closely by Sweeney. We got in that first half lap, Durheimer posting an 8.11 half-lap opener. He's continuing that pace, slipping up a little bit, coming out of the north end corner. 3 laps to go. Durheimer creating a gap between him and Sweeney with a 9.7 second lap. Coming around 2 laps to go, dropping it down to a 9.4 second lap. 2 crossovers coming out. He's continuing to push his pace, going faster. Derek Parra, resident Olympian, rings the bell lap. Durheimer still out front with a gap on Sweeney coming to the line. It's going to be Durheimer with a big reach of his leg to get a finish with a time of 46.76. Sweeney finishing second with a time of 47.25.
Okay, that was our F final. We're now moving on to our E final. In this final, lane position 1, Benjamin Sullivan. Lane position 2, Brandon Liao. Lane position 3, Liam Kitchell. Lane position 4, Eric Laporte. And lane position 5, Shubha Sharma.
That's okay, right?
Yeah, I think so. Go to the start. Ready.
And we have a clean getaway to the first block. That's Eric Laporte coming up on the outside. Building up, we have Laporte, followed by Sullivan, Liao, Kitchell, and Sharma. Oh, we have an inside move as they bump and make a little contact. And that's 438 Brandon Liao moving up into second place. We still have Sullivan up front, followed by Liao, then Laporte. As Liam Kitchell tries to make a move on Eric Laporte, they bump a little bit going into the corner, but Laporte is able to keep it. Oh, and Kitchell gets past. We still in first, 477, Benjamin Sullivan coming across the line as 438 Brandon Liao hawks for that finish. That'll be too close to call. We'll have to wait for the results there.
That will conclude our E final. And our D final is now making their way onto the ice. In lane 1, we have Noah Trope. In lane 2 is Yuanhong Ma. In lane 3 is Wesley Jones. Lane 4 is Aiden Liu. And lane 5 is Calvin Junhyuk Im. A couple of these guys are competing for that Youth Olympic Games spot, which is happening later this year. Because remember, this competition is not only picking the senior World Cup team, but also those few individuals who are going to represent the U.S. at the Youth Olympic Games.
Take the wire that way, push it all the way while the white ice is, where all the shavings are, and try to cover that. Best you can. Here's right here. This part's great.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start by our Milwaukee native, Yuanhong Ma, taking that early lead in this 500-meter D final. Noah Trope doesn't like that. He's battling hard to get back and closing that gap that Ma created in that first half lap. He did on the backstretch 2.5 laps to go. It's Ma, Trope, Im, Jones, Liu. Skaters are posting an 8.8, 8.7 second lap. Coming around the north end corner with a lap to go. Any move's gonna be made. Noah Trope tries, but gets blocked by Ma. Coming around the backstretch, one more opportunity. Coming around the final corner to the line. Ma's gonna go wire to wire first. And Trope's gonna finish in second. Im in third, Liu in fourth, and Jones in fifth. Throw it over to my partner Tyler Kroll for this next race.
Thanks, Ryan. We just saw the D final. That next race is going to be our C final. This is the last final of the block. After that, we're going to have a quick resurface break and then move on to our A and B finals for both the women and men. But at first, in this C final, lane position 1, we have Wesley Park. Right next to him, lane position 2, Ryan Shane. Then next, we have in lane position 3, Caleb Park. Lane position 4, Xavier Lawrence, and lane position 5, Julius Kazanecki.
Go to the start. Ready.
And the skaters are on our way to the first block. There's a little bit of bumping. And we're calling it back, doing a quick restart. That was contact and a fall before the apex, so we're calling it back. We'll restart as our track stewards check the ice. Here you can see the skaters, after a little bit of contact, are going to check their blades, still make sure everything is good to go and they're ready to go for this fastest event, the 500 meters. After that's done, we'll rejoin the line and start this race again.
See that.
They actually took his blade off? I thought.
All right, now that the track and blades have been checked, we're going to get back to the line and restart this 500-meter C final.
Go to the start. Ready.
And this time, as we get into the first corner, we're away cleanly. That's Wesley Park in the lead, followed by his brother, Caleb Park. After that, in third position, we have Ryan Chain. 427, Xavier Lawrence, then Julius Kazanecki. We still have Wesley Park in the lead, crossing out of the corner. Caleb Park in second place. That's Wesley Park out in the lead. Caleb Park in second place. He's followed by Xavier Lawrence, who's sticking behind him, and then Ryan Shane catching back up after a quick bump earlier in the race. That's Park. Too close to call between Shane and Kazanecki, Shane and Lawrence, and then Kazanecki bringing up. All right, folks. That concludes our 500-meter finals, aside from the A and B finals. We're getting a quick resurface break now. We're going to start at 12 after the hour. That's 10:12. We're going to start with our women's A and B finals, followed shortly by the men. That'll be at 10:12.
We are about 4 minutes away from the start of our 500B and A final block. We are going to be crowning the U.S. champion for the 500-meter distance shortly after the men's A final. So if you are in that A final, do not take your skates off, keep your equipment on for the award ceremony following the men's A final. Our women's B final is now getting onto the ice and getting ready to go to the start line. In lane 1, we have Una Wilhoit. In lane 2, we have Elizabeth Rodehamel. In lane 3, we have Louisiana Stahl. Lane 4 is Kyunggung Zhang. And lane 5 is Selena Su.
Go to the start. Ready.
And that's our women's 500-meter B final off. We have Una Wilhoit leading out the pack. We're in the same positions we started in. That's Wilhoit building around the corner. She's followed by Elizabeth Rodehamel, Kyunjun Yang, Louisiana Stahl, and Selena Su. It's still Wilhoit out front, followed by Elizabeth Rodehamel. We have 2 laps to go in this 500-meter event. That's Elizabeth Rodehamel moving up on the inside into first position. And we also have Kyungyun Yang moving into 3rd place. Now we have Rodehamel, Wilhoit, Stahl, Yang and Sue. That was our B final for our women's 500 meters, our B final. All right, now entering the ice, we have our women's 500 meter A final. In lane position 1, our leader, Kristen Santos Griswold. Lane position 2, number 328, Corinne Stoddard. Next to her in lane position 3, 359, Julie Latai. In lane position 4, 326, Eunice Lee. And in lane position 5 in this A final, 337, Grace Lee.
This race is going to be for all the marbles. See who gets crowned the 500-meter U.S. champion right after 4.5 short laps. Skaters are being called to the line.
Go to the start. Ready.
Five skaters start cleanly, 5 stars and stripes representing the USA. Senior or junior competitions internationally. Stoddard won the start, but Kristen Santos Griswold makes a pass on the inside to take that lead shortly from her. 3 laps to go. Your leader is Santos Griswold, followed closely by Stoddard and Latai. Stoddard is going to, let's see if Stoddard can challenge Santos Griswold for that title. Coming around to the bell lap, down goes Stoddard coming out of the corner. Santos Griswold, Latai going 1-2 into the final corner. Anything else happen? To the line, to the finish. Santos Griswold will take the win. Latai will finish second. Eunice Lee will finish in third, followed closely by her sister Grace Lee. And Stoddard, slowly getting up, still skating, will finish last. Our head referee has signaled for the end of our women's finals. Great racing, everyone. And we are now switching ways over to our men's B and A 500-meter finals. In our B final, we have 4 skaters. In lane 1 is Jonathan So. Lane 2 is Justin Liu. Lane 3 is Clayton De Clemente. And lane 4 is Daniel Yoon.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 500-meter B final. Jonathan So leading us out, but Justin Liu slips up on the inside. Now we have Lou leading, followed by So, Clemente, and Yoon. They're building up around the track. We have 3 laps to go. It's still Lou, followed by So, Clemente, and Yoon. Lou's skating a defensive, tight track as So is behind him. Jonathan So crossing powerfully on the outside, makes the move into first position. As Yoon dives on the inside of Lou. Clemente moving up into third. We still have So in first. That's followed by Yoon, De Clemente, and Lou.
Thank you, Tower, for taking care of the B finals. We've got our men's A final, the last 500 of the weekend. In lane 1, we have our 500-meter specialist, Brandon Kim. In lane 2, we have Marcus Howard. In lane 3, we have Sungmin Kwan. Lane 4 is Sean Shui. And lane 5 is Alec Skotowski. In the previous race, there was a penalty to skater 455, Daniel Yoon. End of straight, inside skater failure to give way.
Go to the start. Ready.
A little bit of contact in that first half corner. Brandon Kim waving his arms up, saying, "What's up, everyone?" Everyone cheering in the crowd. Looks like this race will go back to the start for round 2. Our ice crew is going to repair that first straightaway. Looks like some gashes happened with some blades in that first contact of that race. Skaters also on the boards, on the pads, getting their blades checked out by their coaches, make sure everything's right, sharp, and ready to go for the race. Everyone's skating around. Looks like everyone's blades are good to go. So we should get underway with the restart of the 500-meter A final shortly.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off to a clean start. Looks like Brandon Kim's going to win the start again, followed closely by Marcus Howard. Howard really likes that kangaroo start, hopping over his plates. Down goes a skater in the south corner with only a lap in. Brandon Kim has a gap on Howard. Quan following closely to Howard, trying to make an attempt to pass in these last 2 laps. Kim posting an 8.38 second lap. That is flying, everyone. Quan makes an inside pass onto Howard. Coming around to the battle lap, Kim still dominantly out in front. Quan out in second place. Can he hold on in this final corner? Coming to the line. Kim is going to win wire to wire with an official time of 41.05. Quan will finish second. Howard will finish third. Shui in fourth, and Skotowski in fifth. Just as a reminder, after these guys get off the ice, we are going to be announcing our women's 500-meter overall champion and the men's 500-meter overall champion. So do not leave the stands. Do not leave your TV screen. You want to see who is the overall winner. All right, we're just a short few minutes away, or a minute away from announcing our 500-meter women's overall champion. Dan, are you announcing? Our referee, our corner referee, Yang S, will be the medal presenter for the 500 meters.
I think her name is actually just Yang Yang, but because there were 2.
All right, our top 3 women now are making their way onto the ice. Yang S will be our award presenter. In third place, we have Corinne Stoddard. Thank you. In second place, we have Miss Julie Latai. And your overall 2023 500-meter U.S. champion, Kristen Santos Griswold. Give a round of applause for our champions. We will now present our men's 500-meter U.S. medalists. In third place, we have Sungmin Kwan. In second place, we have Marcus Howard. And your 2023 U.S. 500-meter champion, Brandon Kim. Give it up for our 500-meter U.S. medalists. We will now break for have a long lunch break, and we will return with our 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Yeah, we will return with the 1,000-meter quarterfinals. We will begin racing at 11:10. 11:10.
Folks, our Utah Olympic Oval concessions are open for your typical stadium snack food, soft pretzels, nachos, things like that. You can head over there if you want to get anything to eat. Also, just like to call out our very own Oval Speedskating Club is selling gear over by the South Sheet. You can check that out and support the local club. That's over by the South Sheet.
And this is just an announcement to all skaters and coaches. We have our relay team published and ready to go. It is a mandatory event for all skaters, If you do have an injury, please let the officials know as quickly as possible so we can get the teams updated.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about 6 minutes from the start of the continuation of our today's events. 1,000 meters will start at 11:10 a.m. This time we'd like to ask all of our volunteers, officials, and staff members to please make their way back to their stations. Once again, 6-minute call.
This brace really does feel better. I'm going to go buy one. Yeah, one of our operation guys, he had some issues with his knees, so during World Cup, he says he wears two. He brought it yesterday, he goes, you want to try it? I go, yeah, so I put on this morning. So I washed it first. And I put on this morning, and then, I walked here, and it just, even getting the right
Test, test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. You hear that, you can be like this, and you go. What's that? What's that? I didn't mess up. No, I didn't. What do you mean I'm just missing? We are now a few minutes away from the start of our last and final distance of the weekend, the second 1,000 meter. Our women are now making their way onto the ice for the first of 3 quarterfinals. And we will be picking the top 3 plus the next fastest 4th place skater to move on to our semifinals. In our Heat 1, Lane 1, we have Corinne Stoddard In lane 2, we have Louisiana Stahl. Lane 3 is Kyungun Zhang. Lane 4 is Samantha Scheffler. Lane 5 is Andrea Sao. And lane 6 is Audrey Langkong.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right, clean start to the first race of the block. Stoddard out front, followed by Stahl, followed by 3 Potomac skaters. Coming around with down one lap. Stoddard out in front, still wants to control the lead. A lot of movement happening right now. No one's settled in. Everyone wants to be out front, out controlling the race. Stoddard was passed earlier on, but she passes right back saying, no, I want this lead. I want this race. We are coming around 6 laps to go, almost halfway through this race. Still, no one settled down. Inside pass, outside pass. Everyone's passing up. A lot of movement in this race. 3 down the straight with 5 laps to go. Outside passes, inside passes. It is hard to keep track of who's who right now. We have Zhang out in front, Sao in second, Stahl, Langkong, Stoddard, Scheffler is your current position order. Stahl making a move up the inside to go into second place. 2.5 laps to go in this quarterfinal. Stoddard's beginning her tag, passing the outside to move into third, but continuing her momentum to go into first place from 5th to 1st, all the way up and creating a gap between her and Zhang. On the bell lap, it's Stoddard out in front. Stahl passes Zhang to go into second place. Coming around the north end corner to the end of the race, Stoddard will finish in first, Stahl in second, Zhang, Sao, Langkong, and Scheffler in that order.
All right, thank you, Ryan. That was heat number 1 in our women's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Next up, we have heat number 2 in this heat. Lane position 1, we have Kristen Santos Griswold, our 500-meter champion from earlier today. Second position, we have Eunice Lee. In third, we have Una Wilhoit. Fourth, Elizabeth Rodahamel. And fifth, Zoe Lai. This is the second heat of our 1,000-meter quarterfinals.
Ready.
And this 1,000-meter quarterfinal is underway. Kristen Santos leading it out at a nice solid pace, followed by Eunice Lee, Una Wilhoit, Rhoda Hamill, and Lai. We're still in the same position. Santos Griswold's still leading. Everyone's content to sit where they are in this race, want to conserve energy for the fast end. That's 5 laps to go. Still Santos Griswold leading, followed by Eunice Lee, Una Wilhoit, Elizabeth Rodahamel, and Zoe Lai. No change in positions as Santos picks it up ever so slightly. Skaters starting to put their hands down. We're going a little bit faster. Still Santos, Lee, Will Hoyt, Rhoda Hamill, and Zoe Lai. Santos keeps progressing the pace. We got 1 lap to go. There's a little bit of a gap. This is picking top 3 plus the next fastest. No change in position as we come across the line. Kristen Santos, Eunice Lee, Una Will Hoyt, Elizabeth Rhoda Hamill, and coming across the line, Zoe Lai.
Referees have blown the whistle, and onto the ice is our third and last women's 1,000-meter quarterfinal. In lane 1, we have Julie Latai. In lane 2, we have Grace Lee. In lane 3, we have Michelle Yee. Lane 4, we have Selena Su. Lane 5 is Grace Chun. And lane 6 is Caroline Anderson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Clean start to the third and final quarterfinal for the women. Latai takes that early lead, winning the start in the half lap. A little bit of contact happening in north end as Sue bumps Latai out from her lead. Coming around the corner and 2 laps down, 7 laps to go. Sue's out in front, followed by 2 Potomac skaters, Caroline Anderson, Michelle Yee. Latai and Lee sitting 4th and 5th, sitting comfortably, waiting for their time to strike. Latai says that time is now. She passes Anderson, followed by Lee to go into the 3rd and 4th position. Sue still out front, pushing a 9.8 second lap with 5 laps to go, showing a strong lead and dominant lead. Let's see if she can hold on until the very end. Yee tries to make a move, but backs up, saying now it's not the time. It's a tight race between the top 5 skaters. Latai decides enough is enough and wants that lead back. 3 laps to go, she makes an outside pass to go into the lead. Grace Lee makes an inside pass going into the corner to get into 2nd place, to get onto Latai's lead. We'll see if she can close that gap, as Latai has a massive lead between her and other skaters. Grace Chun has decided to attack and make an outside pass going into the 3rd position. Can she make one last final move onto Lee going to the line? And coming to the line, our unofficial winner is Julie Latai, followed by Grace Lee, Grace Chun, Selena Su, Michelle Yee, and Caroline Anderson in that order. We are now going to swap over to the men's division, where we have 5 quarterfinals, and we have 5 or 6 skaters in each quarterfinal. In this first one, we have 5 skaters, and for every race, we will be picking the top 2 to move on to the semifinals. In our first heat, lane 1, we have Ryan Shane. In lane 2, we have Andrew Hio. Lane 3 is Aiden Liu. Lane 4 is Yuanhong Ma. Lane 5 is Edwin Sweeney. And lane 6 is Daniel Yoon.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're underway in this first of 5 men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Andrew Hio leads it out at a nice leisurely pace, but that's soon to change as everyone's picking it up here with number 482, Aiden Liu, moving up on the outside, but Andrew Hio wants that right back. So that's Hio leading, followed by Liu, Yuanheng Ma, Ryan Shane, Daniel Yoon, and Edwin Sweeney. Moving up on the outside, number 442, Ryan Shane. He tucks in right behind our leader, Andrew Hio. As we come around with 5 laps to go, these skaters are progressing the pace. Andrew Hio, Ryan Shane getting a little bit of a gap as we see Daniel Yoon moving up on the outside into that 3rd position. Reminder, this is picking top 2 skaters, only the top 2 to move on to the next semifinal round. As we have Hio, Shane, and Yoon. Shane and Yoon fighting for that 2nd qualifying position as Yoon goes up on the inside. There's a little bit of contact. Yoon slips by. It's still Hio and Yoon in qualifying position. And that's how we'll finish with Shane coming in 3rd, Liu, Ma, and Sweeney.
That was awesome. Last one was awesome. Last one was perfect.
That was our first heat of 5 for these men's 1,000 quarterfinals. Next heat, heat 2, lane position 1, we have Clayton De Clemente. Lane position 2, Wesley Park. In position 3, we have Noah Tropy. Position 4, Wesley Jones. And in position 5, Calvin Im. I'll hand it over to Ryan now to call this race.
Go to the start. Ready.
Right, underway with this second quarter final. 2 national team, 2 Potomac, and 1 Pinnacle in this race. Let's see what happens. We have an early lead by De Clemente and Park. Both of them traditionally like to be out in front, leading, controlling every race that they are in. Rarely will you see them in the back. Noah Trope makes an attempt on Wesley Park to go in a second, but Wesley shuts the door, forcing him back into 3rd position. 5.5 laps to go. Clayton putting a 9.2 second lap down, hands on his back. He is comfortable out there in the lead. About halfway through this race, still no change in the pack. It's tight though. No one's dropped yet. It's gonna be a close finish for those top 2 positions. Coming around the corner with 3 laps to go is still De Clemente, Park, Trope, Jones, and Im. Coming around 2 laps to go. Clayton's increasing his pace to a 9.1, 9.0 second lap. Still no change, but the top 3 have broken away from the rest of the pack. Well, on the bell lap, is there any movement going to be made? Coming up to the final corner, it's De Clemente, Park, and Trop. Coming to the line, what's going to happen? It's going to unofficially finish with De Clemente as the winner, Park in second, Trop third, Jones and Im in that order. Our next heat is coming onto the ice, and we're going to have 6 skaters here in this race. Track is being changed, water's being put down, and we're going to announce the racers now. In lane 1, we have Brandon Kim. Lane 2 is Jonathan So. Lane 3 is Alex Glotowski. Lane 4 is Julius Kazanecki. Lane 5 is Eric Laporte. And lane 6 is Jonathan Durheimer. Having 6 skaters in this race and picking only 2, it's going to be a lot of competition because you need to beat 4 other skaters in 9 laps. Let's see how this one plays out.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're underway with this men's third quarterfinal. Starting off with a nice, easy pace. No reason for these skaters to go fast. There's no fastest third here. Only the top 2 positions advance to semifinal. 7.5 laps to go. Jonathan So leads. Behind him, Julius Kazanecki, Brandon Kim, Alex Kotowski, Eric Laporte, and Jonathan Durheimer. We're all together. These skaters going nice and easy. 11.8 second lap. Julius Kazanecki decides to change that, moves up first position. So right behind him, as we have a little battle for our 5th place position. That's Jonathan Durheimer. In third as Eric Laporte slips back into the 5th position. Still Julius Kazanecki leading. Jonathan So slides up the inside. As the pace picks up, Brandon Kim jumps up the inside too. 3 laps to go. Kim now leading. So right behind Kazanecki and Slutowski. As he moves up into third, those top 2 positions are what these skaters are fighting for. Brandon Kim's in first, Jonathan So in second, Alex Kotowski in third. So and Skotowski bumping in that final corner. Kim, So, Skotowski, Kazanecki, Durheimer, and Laporte.
All right, whistle's blown, doors open. Our next heat is making their way onto the ice. We have 5 skaters in this one. In our 4th heat, we have lane 1, Justin Liu. In lane 2, Sean Shui. Lane 3 is Xavier Lawrence. Lane 4 is Benjamin Sullivan. And lane 5 is Shubh Sharma. sometimes when the skaters finish, they really extend their legs, what I call a hawk. A lot of other people call it differently, but that causes gashes into the ice that need to be repaired. So as you can see right at the finish line, one of our ice maintenance crew is patching up that gash. Because sometimes they can get deep and they can go right down to the concrete. So we'll patch it up with some slurry ice, spray it with a fire extinguisher, and refreeze it. And that will be a quick band-aid to us. And after this, we should get our heat should start shortly afterwards.
Go to the start. Ready.
Decent clean start to this, not really fast nor slow, just kind of average. Looks like Shui wants that early lead, but Sharma passes everyone on the outside. He wants this pace. He wants the lead. He wants to control the race. See if he can go wire to wire with that. Shui passes up on the inside to take the lead with 7 laps to go. 10.9 second pace, not terribly fast, but this one's going to be more strategic. This one, more passing, more sprinting at the end, not really a hard pace. A lot of movement happening right now as multiple people moving inside, outside, taking spots away and getting into more preferable positions. 4.5 laps to go down the backtrack. Shui pushing a 9.4 second lap. Sitting comfortably, not letting anything happen. Lou passes up on the outside to go into second place, followed closely by Xavier Lawrence, who follows him up, passing on the outside as well. Outside passing might be the name of the game to get into that sweet top 2 position. 2 laps to go. Shui is still out in front. 9.1 seconds. Lou goes down coming out of the corner. Now just a 2-man race between Shui and Lawrence. Let's see. On the bell lap coming around to the finish line, Shui is going to finish in first. Lawrence in second. Sullivan in third. Sharma in fourth. And Lou looks to be on the inside. He will not finish. And this will bring us to our 5th and final men's 1,000-meter quarterfinal.
Okay, we have our 5th and final heat, as Ryan just said here. In this heat, 5 skaters. First position, lane position number 1, Marcus Howard. Next to him, in lane position number 2, Caleb Park. In lane position number 3, Sungmin Kwan. Lane position number 4, Brandon Liao. And in lane position number 5, Liam Kitchell. This is 1,000 meters, 9 laps, picking the top 2 skaters to move on to the semifinals.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're underway with sort of a fast start to this last 1,000-meter quarterfinal. Caleb Park starting off in the league as there's a little bit of a battle for that second place position right behind him in the draft. Right now we have Brandon Liao, Liam Kitchell battling for that spot. Kitchell moves up into first, still followed by Park, Liao, Sungmin Kwan, and Marcus Howard at the back. Park picks up the pace as he moves up on the outside, followed very closely by Liao. Kitchell remains in third. As Park builds up the pace with 5 laps to go in this 1,000-meter event. Marcus Howard calmly moves up on the outside into 4th position. Park still in the lead, coming up on 3 laps to go, followed by Liao, who is quickly passed on the inside by Kwan. So it's Park, Kwan, Liao, Howard, Kitchell. Park still leading. 2 laps to go. Park starting to pull away. Liao in second. Marcus Howard in third, picking the top 2 to move on to the semifinals. Liao reeling in Park, but it's Park coming across the line first. Liao, Howard. Oh. And that concludes our men's 1,000-meter quarterfinals. Next, we're going to take a quick resurface break. After that, we'll continue with our men's and women's 1,000-meter semifinals. We'll start back up at 11:53. That's 11:53. We'll start back up with those semifinals. That'll be after this resurface break.
I've driven that machine, so my question right now is, it's a blade that's shaving the ice, right? There's an auger going like this, and an auger going like this. Throw it up so it shoots out. So I guess my thought was like, okay, how much blade can you put down where it's shaving it? If it's in clumps, I guess it gets, the auger breaks up the clumps and throws it out here, then it comes back and it shoots up, I guess. But something throwing it out in the middle of the bottom of the dam. What?
Oh, like it spits it back out?
On the very bottom, it spits it here, then it comes back and then it shoots up.
Yeah.
So are those augers, are they throwing it out there, or are they just picking it up? What? See how it's coming out?
I think it's just picking it up.
But it's coming from the top down. It's shooting out. Yeah, Flashing the augers, okay. Get some of the augers. Because the augers are going this way, so they're shooting out. Yeah.
Am I doing good?
Yeah.
While
Yeah.
chasing everything feel good?
I'm,
You probably haven't been able to see it.
yeah, I'm just taking laps. But no, yeah. As long as you can just keep spreading it out.
Yeah.
And at one point, if you want, like if the track's here, right? Say if you go from here to here,
Yeah.
you can always bring it back in
Okay.
if you wanted to. Like if there's so much water that you can't go any further because you hit the pads,
Yeah.
bring it back in because it will catch and get soaked up by the freezing ice.
Okay.
And you get rid of it anyway. The biggest thing is, you see how white it is coming out of turns?
Yeah.
You can never, so the squeeze is like this, right?
Try to get the water to go onto the white.
Yeah, so if you can kind of pull, if you go like this, it all runs off the edge, right?
Yeah.
If you can keep it with you without letting it go over here, the more you can pull this way,
Yeah.
you can kind of start steering towards that white area, that's the exit.
Yeah.
Then come back and make it look wet. And the more that you can, all right here where it's really bad entry, exit, that's where that doesn't get a lot of water because they're pouring it in the middle turn.
Yeah.
If you can bring it out and make that wet, bring it back and make it wet, it creates a better turn for everybody, so it's always a little bit more covered. Once those exits get white and glossy, they hear me like turn out, you lose speed, you lose grip.
So we're going to get the water to go over there.
Yeah, if you can. This is looking really a lot better now. It's nice and smooth out here. It's going out. That's much better. There's not any slush left. The slush is like a speed bump at that speed. You'll get launched off. So yeah, this is great. Looks good. It's much better now. Thank you. Yeah, then the two inner curling sheets never get touched. Shay and I are talking about how speed skating poorly affects curling ice because the two inner sheets never get touched, right? This sheet and the inside of the outer sheets get touched a lot. So the worst sheets to curl on are 1 and 2, 5 and 6. 3 and 4 are awesome because they're straight. But what happens is if you're on this sheet, the most sheet out, the most sheet that way, if you curl a stone, it can throw it this way, it'll come all the way back to the other side because everything's this way. It's going down here because he's shaving, so everything falls to the middle. So look, the ice is like this really. It goes like this, comes back up, it's flat, goes like this, comes back up in the other sheet, the last sheet. And so some of our curlers get really upset because it's inconsistent. So here and there, you're throwing literally a big curl, it comes back. And then the second one, it gets caught in grooves, like low spots. It goes like this sometimes. It literally goes like this on the ice. Because there's a little groove here. So if it's like this, it catches the groove and goes, and then it comes in. The middle ones are awesome. And the other two are just like these two. So there's just no way to fix it unless you're crisscross shaving every time. So guys write very nasty emails sometimes, or me, emails like, ice is so bad, and how do you expect us to curl? We pay this for that. I'm like, listen, dude, go anywhere else in the, no, if you can go anywhere else in the valley here, or Park City. In Ogden, you have to like throw your stone to get to the other side because the ice is so slow and bad. And in Park City, it's cold in the building. Ice isn't super fast. Here, the ice is really fast because it's normally fast. But yeah, it is a little bit off, but we're really nice. We're not a designated facility. We don't have ice further. Yeah. Well, and every sport affects there. So figure skaters land their jumps right in the entry of a turn. Their doubles and triple, lots of whatever they're called, axles, they're always right there. So it's always chippy going in after a figure skating practice. For curling, it's always has these track grooves. Actually, for curling, that's better, truer ice. The curlers don't mind curling over there because it's always level because it's a hockey rink. And it's always shaved. There are no dips. So that sheet's usually better for curling, but that's hockey at night. This is curling at night. Corporate curling love it. Over here, the league players who teach corporate curling love the ice over there for this level. But we'll make it good for events. I don't know. Get some laps in. She cracks me up. She's cracks me up sometimes. Like this. She yelling at her? You know she's supposed to learn English and Spanish. Well, her English is supposed to get better, learn better, but she also wanted to learn some Spanish. Yeah. It's part of her goal.
Oh, good for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was funny when I heard her say that. I was like, she unused voice. She said Spanish.
You can say rapido would be faster. Rapido.
That goes on the list because
Was that where you were laughing at yesterday? These are over, right? Number 32? Okay, right here. I'll take these from here. Hey, ándale, ándale!
Start time.
I don't know. 15 minutes. I thought I had a 3. It might be like 53 after. You got away?
3:45. 53. Yeah. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Close.
We are about 3 minutes away from the start of our semi-final block. We'll have our men's and women's semifinals, 1 and 2. Both will be picking the top 2 racers, top 2 finishers, plus the next fastest third skater.
The first time I met you, I thought you had Tourette syndrome.
wow. What'd you say? Say that again. I dare you.
I said the first time I met you, I thought you had Tourette syndrome. You know,
I don't know.
have you met Stephanie upstairs? So we have, Stephanie's our finance person.
I think it's Peter, but I haven't like personally met her.
I started working here way back when, and I remember being at my desk and I hear, ah. I'm like, that's everybody that nonsense. I mean, stuff like I was just out loud, like out loud. I'm like, so I started like walking over, going, "This sounds working for you at Speedskating up in that office." Are you okay? Yeah, stupid, whatever the number. No, I haven't swim. Numbers, blah blah blah. Kept like that for a while. Then at one point I said, "So is this normal?" I just asked Todd, and Mark was the boss. Like, "Do you have Chris syndrome?" He's like, "No, that's just Stephanie." I go, "So can we all yell out swear anytime we want to?" It's like, "No, that's just kind of Stephanie." I go, "Well, this, I mean, I don't like it. I mean, so if I swear something happens, this is a locker room situation, or locker room outfit, then it's got to be locker room outfit."
All right. The doors have swung open, and our first semifinal is making their way onto the ice. In lane 1 of our first semifinal, we have Una Wilhoit. In lane 2, we have Elizabeth Rodehamel. Lane 3 is Julie Latai. Lane 4 is Corinne Stoddard. And lane 5 is Louisiana Stahl.
Go to the start. Ready.
Slow start to begin our semifinal block, but Lataya wants that lead. Stahl passes on the outside to take the lead from her with only a lap down. We've had two outside passes. Looks like we're having another one as Stoddard's making her way up the outside to take control of this race. Slow and methodical is the name of this race. Sometimes you got 1,000 meters are wire-to-wire sprints. Sometimes they start off slower, like 1,500 meters. It's a little bit of mix of both of the 15 and 500, and that's why I personally like it so much. 4 laps down, 5 laps to go. Pace has picked up a lot. Rodehamel makes an outside pass to go to the front, creating a small gap between her and the rest of the pack. Latai sitting in second, closing that gap with Wilhoit following Stahl and Stoddard in that order. Stahl makes a move up the inside to go into third, while Latai makes an outside pass to go to the front. With 3 laps to go, pace is really starting to pick up now. Latai has created a large gap between her and second. Rodehamel trying to fight off everyone behind her to retain second. Stoddard completes a long outside pass from fifth to go into second, but continues her momentum to go into first with a lap to go. Half lap on the back stretch, coming to the final corner and to the line. Stoddard will finish in first, Latai in second, Stahl third, Rodehamel fourth, and Wilhoit in fifth. That will conclude the first semi-final.
All right, that was our first semifinal heat, picking 2 skaters plus the next fastest third. Next, we have heat 2 here. In lane position 1, we have Kristen Santos Griswold. Lane position 2, Eunice Lee. Lane position 3, Grace Lee. Lane position 4, Grace Chun. And lane position 5, Kyungyun Yang.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in the second semifinal. It's a nice slow start. As 3:15, Grace Chun moves up into first position. Behind her, we have Eunice Lee. Behind her, Kyun Young Yang and Kristen Santos Griswold. Skaters are taking it nice and easy in this race. No changes in position. 6 laps to go. But now we have Young moving up on the outside into second place, but soon to be first as she moves all the way on up. Grace Chun's still in second position. Skaters are slowly progressing with 5 laps to go, skating 10.7 second laps. No change in order, 4 to go. On the outside, moving up, picking up the pace, we have Eunice Lee. She's now in first place. Kristen Santos Griswold in hot pursuit, moving up from 4th to 2nd. So we have Lee, Santos Griswold, Chun, and Lee. Bell lap. Santos Griswold moving up on the outside, hands on her back, followed by Eunice Lee and those top 2 automatic qualifying positions. Grace Chun comes across in 3rd, will be vying for that next fastest time, then followed by Kyun Young Yang in 4th position. Next, I'll hand it over to Ryan to announce our first semifinal for the men.
You are so kind, Tyler. Our men are now making their way onto the ice. In Heat 1, Lane 1, we have Clayton De Clemente. Lane 2, we have Xavier Lawrence. Lane 3 is Caleb Park. Lane 4 is Sungmin Kwan. And Lane 5 is our 500-meter overall winner, Brandon Kim.
Go to the start. Ready.
Our first semifinal is underway, and this is something that us skaters like to call a packed race. Every one of these guys can make the A final, so it's going to be one heck of a race. You have to be very methodical and strategic to make sure you're one of those top 2 positions. You don't want to risk being that 3rd place and battle for time with the next heat. We are about 3.5 laps down. Caleb Park attempts to make a move on the outside, slips up. Can't make the pass, but it looks like he has to drop into 3rd as Lawrence takes advantage of that slip up. De Clemente is out in front with a 9.1 second lap. Top 4 racers all battling for those 3, 2, and 3rd positions with 3 laps to go. Lawrence challenging De Clemente, but De Clemente shuts him down. Kim making a move up the inside with a tight pass as contact happens and Lawrence goes down. Let's see what happens with that. Coming around with a lap to go. It's De Clemente still in front, Kim in second, and Park in third. Coming up to the line, De Clemente will finish in first. Brandon Kim will finish second. Park in third, Quan in fourth, and Lawrence in fifth. Unofficially, the referee's gonna have to go to the video replay to review that race and see what happened during that contact.
That guy should probably not be wearing a short sleeve shirt either.
While we wait for those results, we have our second semifinal coming on the ice right now for these men's 1,000 meters. In this semi, in lane position 1, Wesley Park. Lane position 2, Andrew Heo. Position 3, Daniel Yoon. Position 4, Sean Shui. And position 5, Jonathan So. Again, this is picking the top 2 skaters to automatically advance to the A final. After that, the third fastest skater from both of our semis also qualifies for that A final. In that last race, we have a penalty. Number 427, Xavier Lawrence, penalized at the end of the straight for an outside skater not giving space. End of the straight, outside skater not giving space. That's Xavier Lawrence.
Go to the start. Ready.
We have a brisk start to the second semifinal. Wesley Park leading, Andrew Heo in second, as Daniel Yoon jumps up into third. We have 3 wide coming into that corner, 8 laps to go. It's still Park, Yoon. Andrew Heo moving up on the outside, picking up the pace. Wesley Park blocking Daniel Yoon from moving up on the inside. So it's Heo, Park, So moving up on Yoon. As he slips by, Yoon slips out. With 6 to go, Heo, Park, So, and Sean Shui staying so far out of all the action at the front. These skaters are slowly progressing the pace. No change in order. Still 4 laps to go in this 1,000-meter event, picking the top 2 plus that third fastest skater. It's Heo, Park, So, Shui. As Heo and Park have a little bit of a gap. No change in order. Shui making a move on So, but he slips out at the apex of the corner. So it's Heo, Park, and So. Still leading Andrew Heo. As they come around the final turn, they're going to cross the line. It's Heo and Park in the top 2 automatic qualifying positions, followed by Jonathan So in that 3rd position, racing for time.
Well, I was off and I caught up one, so I missed one. Then you were on one, he was on two, and then he had the slalom skater. So I think I caught back up.
The ref has blown the whistles, signaling the end to our semi-final block. As skaters get off and get ready for their finals, we will have a short resurface break. Quick track resurface to make sure that the ice is clean and ready for these finals.
No, like 1, 2, and then I was off one for sure. I got back on first, and she had one. So maybe she was on, and I went off of two. He thinks it was off, so he's gonna check it out time. He thinks they did. He thinks he did. Okay. He plays up to 3 times. Oh, that's what I was looking at. Okay. Hers is different, right? Yeah. So she had a 1. I saw a 2 over there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I saw a 1. Your 2, I think she hit.
Racing will resume at 12:23 with our lower finals block. Yep. Racing will resume at 12:23.
Okay, sorry. How was it that? Oh, I missed that. I even went up. I even went up one. We went from 6 laps to go to 4 to go. And then he's still a lap down. Oh. Okay. Yeah. No, I was just looking and now I know. So now I know. That's when I had the first day where I was going, I kept seeing different numbers and messed up on it. We even went up one. Like so one of those books has 10 and then the back has 9. And then you flip it and it's 9 and the back has 8. So on. And these ones are just 9, right? Single back. So one has 2. Well, one has 3, one has 2. And I was at 3 or 4. So I went from 6 after 1. I went bam, bam. And it was 4 laps to go. time I was like, wait a second, you have something. He's got something else. And it was off. The other book did too, they're the same way. Yeah, one of these, I was flipping the 6, and every time I got to 6, only the middle hole was still intact, and it was, I thought it was going to fly off into the ice, so I had to keep like holding the 6 when I flip it.
That's okay. I'm glad you know.
Where are the well, the summer games are this 20, 24. When did the summer Olympics? No, we're 26 and 30. So 26 is the next winter game. That's going to be in Milan. 24. Oh, I don't even know. Hey, where are the youth Olympic games? Oh, Korea. Oh, that's. They're using a lot of. Oh, good. Me too. It's a great facility. That place is so clean. I was in Seoul, Canadian. How was that? We had a friend who was from Korea. He set us up with all the good spots. We had these like apartments we could use. I went to Pyeongchang and they took near this cluster of all the venues. Literally, right, maybe you can see it, but like 2 miles or maybe a mile away. I go across the highway and over here, like the beachfront area. They had a nice restaurant. We had to speak to some donors, some committees, and it was just a beautiful view with this nice little like trail people were running on, and some exercise stuff in a little park, and then this nice restaurant. You can look over and see the venue. Really pretty area, but so packed. I mean, you couldn't park anywhere. Traffic everywhere. It was beautiful.
We are 2 minutes away from the start of our finals block. We will be starting off with the women's D final and moving to the women's C final, then switching gears over to the men for their 4 finals.
Okay, and we're back. Starting in 1 minute, we'll start our women's 1,000-meter D final here in this race. We have 2 competitors. Lane position 1, Caroline Anderson. Lane position 2, Samantha Scheffler.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off for this women's D final in the 1,000 meters. Only 2 skaters, taking it nice and slow to start. We have Scheffler leading, followed by Anderson. In this kind of race, skaters want to be strategic, don't want to waste too much energy. No point in going super fast when your competitor can just follow you. So these skaters are taking it nice and easy with 6 laps, coming up on 6 laps to go. Still Scheffler out in the lead, followed by Anderson. These skaters are slowly going to start to pick it up as they come around and see 5 to go. Scheffler puts in a quick acceleration, closely followed by Anderson. Still same positions, 4 laps to go. As the skaters pick up the pace dramatically, it's Scheffler followed by Anderson in this 2-person 1,000-meter D final. We have 2 laps to go, still the same positions. And coming around in our final lap, it's still Scheffler, followed by Anderson. And as we come around the final corner, that's how it will finish. Scheffler and Anderson in this women's D final.
Next, we have our women's 1,000-meter C final. In lane, we have 5 skaters in this race. Lane 1 is Selena Sue. Lane 2 is Zoe Lai. Lane 3 is Michelle Yi. Lane 4 is Andrea Sao. And lane 5 is Audrey Langkong.
Go to the start. Ready.
And our C final is underway. We have Selena Sue out in front with an early lead to this race, followed closely by Andrea Sile, Zoe Lai, Michelle Yee, and Audrey Lancock. It's a tight pack between these 5 racers. We got 2 from Potomac, 1 from Pinnacle, 2 from the Oval Club. Who's going to win the club wars between this race? We have 6 laps to go, 3 laps down. Selena Sue posting 11.14 lap time, maintaining her control over this race. No one's ready to make a move yet. Everyone's biding their time to see who, just waiting for the right moment to pass or defend. Hear a lot of cheering from the crowd, cheering on the skaters, a lot of yelling from the coaches, giving their skaters directions. And we're coming around with 3 laps to go. Selena Sue picking up the pace, dropping it down to a 9-second lap. Andrea Sau following close behind her. Still a 5-man race. No one's out of this race yet. And we have 2 laps to go. Sue still pushing out in front, controlling this race. Zoe Lai making a move, trying to get up, but fails. Looks like a Sue race now. There's a gap between her and the rest of the pack with a lap to go. Coming around the final corner, up to the finish line. Selena Sue will finish in first. Lankong in second. Lai in third. Andrea Sau in fourth. And Michelle Yee sitting in fifth, unofficially. And with that, we will move on to our men's lower final block. We have our E final taken to the ice right now. In lane 1, we have Calvin Jeonhyuk Im. Lane 2 is Liam Kitchell. Lane 3 is Yuan Hong Ma. Lane 4 is Edwin Sweeney. And lane 5 is Jonathan Durheimer. In the previous race, there was a penalty to skater 319, Zoe Lai. End of straight, inside skater failure to give way.
Yeah, hurry up. Go to the start. Ready.
We're underway for this E final. It's a leisurely start as we get our first lap underway. Here we have Im leading, followed by Kitchell, Derheimer, Ma, and Sweeney. Moving up along the outside, number 413, Ma. Kitchell fighting for that second position, as Ma still stays on the outside and slips into that second position. So it's still Im, Ma, Kitchell, Derheimer, and Sweeney. 5 laps to go in this 1,000-meter E-final. This point in the race, skaters conserving energy as the pace picks up. Still no change in position as these skaters come around and see 3 laps to go, skating 9.4-second laps. Number 488, Jonathan Derheimer moving up into 3rd position. It's still Im and Ma, 1st and 2nd position. Derheimer's in 3rd. Ma tries to make a move on the inside and gets past Im. He's now in 1st position. Bell lap. It's Ma, Im, Derheimer, Kitchell, and Sweeney as we come around the last corner. That's the order they'll stay in. That is our men's 1,000 meter E final. About to take the ice is our next race, the men's 1,000 meter D final. In that race, 5 skaters. Lane position 1, Wesley Jones. In lane position 2, Aiden Liu. Position 3, Brandon Liao. Lane position 4, Julius Kazanecki. And lane position 5, Shubha Sharma. This is the men's D final coming up.
For every one of these skaters, this is the last race of their weekend, last individual race of their weekend. It's the last points to grab some crucial final points to move up in the standings and secure a secure standing in the distance in the U.S. So a lot is on the line for these racers. We have top racers competing for the Senior World Cup team, and we also have skaters competing for the Youth Olympic Games. Everyone's been competing for this for the last two days and throughout today. The Youth Olympic Games will be later this year over in Korea. It's a huge accomplishment to be a part of that team and to go get a taste of what international racing is.
Go to the start. Ready.
Slow start to begin our D final. We have Kazanecki out in front taking an early lead, but we've got 4 down the straightaway. People are wanting to make some early moves while it's still easy and slow. Kazanecki pushing past Jones to reclaim his lead. But the lone Potomac skater, can he hold off the 3 pinnacle skaters of this race? 3 laps down, 6 laps to go. We got Loud taking that lead away from Kazanecki. Liu following Kazanecki in 3rd, followed by Jones and Sharma. A couple of these skaters are in contention for that Youth Olympic Games. It's a very important race right now. Who's going to take the win of this race? Who's going to get those points to potentially be named to that team? 4 laps to go. It's Kazanecki out in front. We see our first 9-second lap at a 9.91 second, and it's only going to get faster as Kazanecki throws down the hammer, progressing this to a 9.4 second pace. Still a tight pack between the 4 skaters. Wesley Jones slips up a little bit going into the last corner. So he's got to make up a little bit of ground with a lap and a half to go. Kazanecki coming around with the lead with 1 lap to go, blocking Liu from passing him into the final corner to the finish line. Is it going to be Kazanecki? Is it going to be Liu? We'll see. It's a tight finish. But Kazanecki took that with the length of his stride away from Liu. Finishing 2nd, Lau in 3rd, Jones 4th, Sharma in 5th. And we will be moving on to our C final. In lane 1, we have Noah Trope. In lane 2, we have Ryan Shane. We have in lane 3, Marcus Howard. Lane 4 is Benjamin Sullivan. And lane 5 is Alec Skutowski.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this 1,000-meter C final. Right now with 8 to go, we have Ryan Shane leading. Behind him, Noah Tropey, Benjamin Sullivan, Marcus Howard, and Alice Skatowski. Sullivan moving up on the outside as we're at a very leisurely pace with 7 laps to go. Howard very smooth, or Ryan Shane very smoothly comes up on the outside. He's now back in first position. He wants the lead of this race. Sullivan making another move back on the outside, followed by his teammate Noah Tropey, now in first and second. Ryan Shane in third, but not for long as he quickly moves up on the outside. Going all the way to the front as this race picks up with 4 laps to go. Benjamin Sullivan falls on his own, so now it's Ryan Shane with the lead. He's followed by Marcus Howard, Noah Tropey, and Alex Skatowski. As the pace picks up, Marcus Howard moves up on the inside. Ryan Shane, hot pursuit, follows quickly. We still have 4 skaters with 1 lap to go. Ryan Shane on the inside. Marcus Howard tries to fight back, moving into the last corner. Ooh, Ryan Shane falls. That's Howard and too close to call for second place position. We'll have to wait for a referee review on that final corner incident. That concludes our final race of this flight in these 1,000-meter finals. Next up, after resurface, we're going to have both the women's and men's A and B finals. In that last race, we have a penalty. Number 450, Marcus Howard, penalized in the straight for a lane change from inside to out. That's Marcus Howard, number 450, penalized. Ladies and gentlemen, we're resurfacing right now, but our 1,000-meter women's finals will start at 1:02 p.m. Our next races will start at 1:02. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes until we resume racing. 5 minutes. We're about to start our women's 1,000-meter B final. In this B final, 4 skaters. Number 392, Elizabeth Rodenhamel. 350, Una Wilhoit. 315, Grace Chun. And in lane position 4, 308, Kyungyun Yang.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off in this B final. It's a nice leisurely pace as we come around with 8 laps to go, but not for long as there's a little bit of bumping along the side. Una Wilhoit's still leading. Jang in second. Grace Chun moving up to third position. As Rhoda Hamill moves up on the outside but slips and falls. So we have 3 skaters left in this race with 6 laps to go. That's Jang, Wilhoit, and Chun. This is our B final, so precious points are up for grabs in this last race of the weekend. No change in order as we come around with 4 laps to go. Skaters slowly progressing the pace as 350 Wilhoit moves up in the first position. No change as the skaters keep progressing. We're gonna come around and see 2 laps to go. In this B final, it's still Wilhoit, followed by Jang and Chun. As we come around, there's gonna be 1 lap to go, our bell lap. As Chun moves up on the inside into second position, it's still Wilhoit, followed by Chun. We come around the final corner, and that's Wilhoit, Chun, Jang, and Rhoda Hamill.
Whistle is blown. That will conclude the B final. We got 1 more women's race to go for the weekend. That is our 1,000-meter A final. Coming onto the ice, welcome all 5 skaters. In lane 1, we have Corinne Stoddard. In lane 2, we have Kristen Santos Griswold. In lane 3, we have Julie Latai. In lane 4, we have Louisiana Stahl. And in lane 5, we have Eunice Lee.
Right now, our track stewards are checking the ice, patching any holes that might have occurred during that last race. Once those are all set and ready to go, we'll move on with this women's 1,000-meter A final.
Go to the start. Ready.
We are underway with the last individual race of the weekend for the women. Latai takes the early lead with Stoddard in second, Santos Griswold in third, Lee in fourth, and Stahl in fifth. Starting out with a quick, fast pace. Latai is going to go wide and fall into third, while Santos and Griswold and Stoddard pass her. Coming around 3 laps down, 6 laps to go. Stoddard is your leader. Santos Griswold is in second. Latai, Lee, and Stahl all follow. Give it up for the Stars and Stripes. Give it up for the women. Cheer for your favorites. Because we are 4.5 laps to go of this 1,000 meter. 4 laps to go. Stoddard exits wide. Santos Griswold takes the lead from her coming around with 3 laps to go. Pushing the pace of a 9.4 second lap. Looks like they're going for an American record here. See if they can do it. Coming around, 2 laps to go. Santos Griswold out in front. Strong lead. Stoddard following close behind her. Latai starts to falter. Starts to leave it a gap. Coming out to the bell lap, it's Santos Griswold, Stoddard, Latai. Halfway across the back line up to the final stretch. It's going to be your winner, Santos Griswold, Stoddard, Latai, Lee, and Stahl in that order. Just a reminder, we are giving the awards for the 1,000 meter women and overall, the 1,000 meter for both the women and the men, and the overall winners for the women and the men after the men's 1,000 meter A final. If you are in that category, you keep your skates on, keep your equipment on, you will be asked to come back onto the ice.
All right, next up, we're moving on to the men's 1,000 meter B final. This race, we have 3 skaters. Lane position 1, Jonathan So. Position 2, Sungmin Kwan. And in position 3, Sean Shui. 3 skaters, 1,000 meters B final.
Not me, Sam. Sam. I didn't play it. I didn't play it. I didn't play it. I didn't play it. She won't shake my hand.
Go to the start. Ready.
Slow start to this 1,000 meter B final. Shui out in front, followed by So and Kwan. It's the B final. These skaters' the last points race of this weekend, so they want to maximize. No change in position as we come around and see 7 laps to go. Shui leading, followed by So and then Kwan. Six laps to go. These skaters are ever so slightly progressing the pace as we count down the laps. It's still Shui, followed by So and Kwan. So we come around and see 4 laps to go. Shui picks up the pace to see the skaters get down into position. It's still him, followed by So and Kwan. Coming around, we're going to see 3 laps to go. The pace picking up substantially, 9.4 second lap. Still the same order. Shui, So, Kwan. So following Shui closely. No change in position as we hear the bell lap. So trying to make a move happen on the outside. Into the final corner. They're going to race for the line. It looks like that'll be a video review. but that looked like Shui, So, and Quan, same position as we started in. That was our men's 1,000 meter B final.
That's unofficial. That's going to be their transponder. So
as our men's B final exits the ice, looks like a couple of referees going to signal to the ice maintenance crew to come check out a gash right at the end of the finish. Looks like Shui's hawk lunge with his leg caused some ice damage. But more importantly, our men's A final is making their way onto the ice. In lane 1, we have Clayton De Clemente. In lane 2, we have Brandon Kim. Lane 3 is Caleb Park. Lane 4 is Andrew Hio. And lane 5 is Wesley Park.
thank you. You got to get all that out of the track. You see all the slush right there? I don't care if you hit the cones. Just get the slush out of there, then make sure it comes back. Nice gang.
In case you ever wondered, our track stewards are out here using the fire extinguishers to try to very quickly refreeze the ice as they patch these holes. The extinguisher's really cold, so we use that to refreeze the ice. After a little gash happened in the ice on that final reach for the line in our B final. Once that's fixed, we'll move on to this men's A final.
It's about to go down.
Go to the start. Ready.
All right. Last individual race for anyone for the weekend. We've got 5 national team members duking it out against each other. A lot of movements happening early on, but De Clemente takes that early lead, blocking off everyone. He wants to control this race, ladies and gentlemen. 2 laps down. Everyone seemed to settle down. We've got a quick pace going at 9.1 seconds a lap. Ooh, if you keep this up, this is going to be really fast. Caleb Park is sitting in second. Wesley Park passes his own brother up the inside to take second place. But back to our Andrew Hio and Brandon Kim. There's a little bit of a contact that happens when Andrew Hio passes Caleb Park on the inside going into that corner. De Clemente sitting strong and comfortable out in front with Park just as comfortable in second place. A lot of movement happening between 3 and 4 as Brandon Kim and Andrew Hio are duking it out between 2 of them. None of them want to be in that 4th position. We have 3 laps to go, everyone. De Clemente pushing out 9.0 seconds a lap. Coming around with 2 laps to go. De Clemente is still out in front. Coming around the corner with a bell lap. We got Wesley Park taking the lead away from De Clemente. Hio in 3rd, Kim in 4th. Is there going to be a final move made? Bunching up, little arms throwing up in the corner to the line. Wesley Park is going to be our unofficial winner. De Clemente is going to finish in 2nd. Andrew Hio in 3rd. Caleb Park will come in 4th, and Kim will finish in 5th unofficially. Refs are going to have to go look at that one. That was a very close finish in that final corner. It seemed like everyone waiting for that final corner to make their last ditch move to get as high a position as they want.
I'll go through 1 time, 2.5, and I'll do 1 time, 2 after. That's where everybody messes up. Look at how much he like plowed that. To not go down. Not go down.
She was out there for a walk. That's taking pictures of sticky crumbs on her. I know. It's not a good look. There's cameras everywhere. And she's just eating while they're in the race. It's like, please, why did you like this? An opportunity.
All right. Our judges still, our referees are still looking at the video replay to come up with a call for that last race. But in just a few minutes after the call is made, we are going to welcome the women back onto the ice to announce the 1,000-meter overall, the 1,000-meter winners, and the overall U.S. Championship winners.
How's Dylan doing? Okay. Good. We're not having here anymore. He's off there. Good. Who's giving up the medals?
All right. In the previous race, there is no call. It is shared responsibility. Shared responsibility. And with that, we will now move on to our medal ceremony for our women. Our medal presenter is referee Tom Porter. And we will first announce the 1,000-meter distance winners. All right. Now onto the medal. Now onto the medal presentation for in the 1,000-meter. Our third place skater is Julie Latai. In second place is Corinne Stoddard. And your 2023 1,000-meter champion, Kristen Santos Griswold. Give it up for the 1,000-meter medalists.
Now we will be moving on to the overall classification of the weekend. Overall, in third place is Julie Latai. Taking the silver medal overall is Corinne Stoddard. And your overall 2023 U.S. champion, Kristen Santos Griswold. Give it up from our overall classification. And as the women get off the ice, we welcome our 1,000-meter men overall medalists.
All right, now we're presenting our medalists for the 1,000 meters. In third place, we have Marcus Howard. In second place, Wesley Park. And your 2023 1,000-meter champion, Clayton De Clemente. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your 1,000-meter medalists. Next up, we have our men's overall classification. All right, we have our overall men classification taking the ice right now. In third place overall in these 2023 U.S. Championships, we have again, please welcome Clayton De Clemente. In second place overall, please put your hands together for Brandon Kim. And our overall U.S. champion, please put your hands together for Marcus Howard. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our top 3 overall ranked men. All right, folks, that's the conclusion of our award ceremonies here. We have a resurface break. After that, we're going to have our Youth Olympic Games nominations for both our men and women. And then we have, please stick around because we have multiple relays that all of our skaters here will be competing again. So please stick around. We have a quick resurface break. Ladies and gents, we'll be back at 1:45. 1:45 p.m. We will resume.
All right, our Zamboni's off the ice, and before we have our mixed relay event, we are going to name the skaters nominated to the Youth Olympic Games, the US OPC Youth Olympic team. So, please welcome our 2 men and 2 women onto the ice. For our women, we have Kyungun Zhang and Elizabeth Rodehamel. And for our men, we have Sean Shui and Julius Kazanecki. Congratulations to everyone, to all 4 of you for being nominated to the Youth Olympic team. Everyone give it up for our Youth Olympic team. They will be competing in Korea. I wish I had a date, but I don't. So it'll be later this season. And with that, we are moving on to our mixed relays. It'll be a 2,000 meter race, 18 laps.
You can tell by the first round through, each skater will skate 2.5 laps and 2 or 3 laps.
So this is a relatively new event. We've been in the short track for a few years now. It's a little bit more unique than the other relays that you've seen. What happens is that every skater has to go out and skate 2.5 laps, and then they have to go out again for only 2 laps. It's like the skating at 500 broken up into 2 separate parts, but that exchange of 2.5, 2 laps is very crucial. Many skaters will be penalized if they do not get that right. It happens from here all the way up to the World Cup. So many people get that wrong. It's very, very important. Welcome to the ice, our first 4 teams. Looks like we got the yellow team facing off against the blue team, facing off against the black team, and the pink team.
These races are not for points. This is purely practice. They are required, but skaters will not be awarded points on the outcomes of these races. So, strictly for practice.
We're going to try a double cast with me and Tower Crow announcing this race together. Hopefully we can keep each other in check and keep each other sane, because if anyone's ever watched a relay before, they know it's chaotic. And knowing this is 18 laps, a full sprint, I think it's the most chaotic race in short track speed skating.
Yep, Ryan's absolutely right. These are going to be fast and furious relays, but these skaters are going to have a lot of fun with it as well. It'll be exciting.
Our
ice crew has prepared the ice, got the water down, no gashes in the ice. Ice is ready to go. Our head referee, Dan Fiorenza Sr., blew the whistle, signifying the start to the race. Let's go, racers, up to the line.
Just pick a team. Okay. So I'll just play.
Go to the start. Ready.
Off to an okay start. Yellow team's out in front, followed by the pink team, blue team, and black team with a short gap chasing them down.
You can see our skaters on the inside building up to do their exchange. Another half lap, and they're going to tag onto the track and start this next exchange.
First exchange looks good. Pushing off to their teammates. Looks like Kristen Santos Griswold is taking the lead of the yellow team. Can't really see the lap times on the board, but these guys look to be going at low 9 second.
We have a group of men jumping right on the track, led by Jonathan So. No change in positions. Make sure to pay attention to these exchanges. Oftentimes you'll see a lot of movement on the exchanges as teammates push each other past the next team. But for now, it's still yellow in the lead, followed by pink, blue, and black.
Coming around with another clean exchange by all 4 teams. Black team was able to move up on the blue team into 3rd place off that exchange. What happens a lot in relays is that you can't make individual passes. A lot of passing happens off the exchange. The pink team goes down alone in the north corner, and the black team gets into 2nd place.
You'll notice our pink teammates had to go still make a tag with the down skater. Black team moving up, previously in 4th, now all the way into 1st. Andrew Heo leading our skaters.
We're getting ready to go off another exchange. We've got 6 laps left? 5 laps to go. Everyone's doing 2 laps now. Coming down to the wire now, Julie Latai slip for the black team, slips out coming out of the corner, but able to maintain her posture.
And we come on for our second to last exchange here. You'll see our final skaters are building up on the inside as blue team makes a move into 2nd place. We're gonna have one more exchange. The gun was just fired.
You didn't hear it, but definitely went off. There was a light. This is the last exchange, everyone. Coming around with 2 laps to go. Blue team off the exchange goes into 1st. Black team doesn't like that. They want to get that back. Yellow team, meanwhile, biding their time, waiting in the back. Let's see what happens. 3 down the straight. Up on the back stretch, up to the final corner. Who's going to come up to the win? Who's going to get the win on the line? Close finish, but I think it was the yellow team who finished just in front of the blue team.
All right, that's an end to this first round of relays. We have more coming up for you. Another 2,000 meter relay. But for now, let's let all these skaters exit the ice as the track stewards clean up the ice. Guys, track stewards doing a great job here. Relays are extremely difficult to block chase for, so we appreciate all their hard work.
Relay right now for the Youth Olympic Games.
Okay.
stall for our kids racing after. It'll be a resurface, I think, and then we'll start the.
All right, the first heat of the mixed relay is now off the ice, and looks like they're just exchanging any helmet covers that they need to. And coming onto the ice is our second heat of mixed relays. Please welcome the blue team. Please welcome the black team. We've got a pink team. And what else do we have? Is it a black? Yellow, blue, pink, and black?
This will be the exact same format as last race. 2,000 meter relay. You'll see either 2 or 2.5 lap exchanges. These skaters are going to be pushing each other as they're out on the track. It'll be fast and furious. This is a sprint for every single skater out there.
Leave it on. As everyone on the ice right now is skating around, talking to their teammates, talking to the competitors, make sure they get their strategy right. Our starter has called them to the start. Let's get the second relay final underway.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we're off with our final event of the weekend. We have the black team leading, followed by the yellow team. Closely behind is the pink team, and then the blue team leading up the rear in this 2,000 meter relay. 17 laps to go.
Looks like the start this one off a little bit slower than the first one. Everyone wants to stay together, but we'll see what happens in the next few exchanges to see if the team really breaks out with that first sprint. Speed's picking it up off that last exchange. The yellow team is out in front, creating a small gap with the pink team, the blue team right on the pink team, and the black team sitting comfortably in the back. Coming around to the second exchange of the relay. Clean, everyone looks good.
Still have the yellow team in the lead. Blue team, good exchange there, moving up into second place. They're followed by the pink team and the black team right behind. We have our skaters building up on the inside in this relay. It's very, very important to do a really good exchange so your team doesn't lose any momentum. So you see these skaters want to come out right next to their teammates as the pink team moves on up. Blue team right behind, then black team following them.
The yellow team continuing their dominance as they're coming around with 9 laps to go halfway through this relay. Speed's definitely picking up between the 4 teams. Pink team was able to close that gap on the yellow team, and now it's a 3-team race between yellow, pink, and blue as they give up off the exchange to their fellow teammates.
Still the yellow team in the lead, followed by pink and then blue. We have more skaters winding up on the inside, but no change in position as of right now. Black team is still falling a little bit further behind. Clean exchange, still the same order. Teams are cruising around and they're about to approach 5 laps to go.
Just in that backstretch, the blue team was able to overtake the pink team to move on into second place. Coming around with 4 laps to go, we're going to give off the second to final exchange, as now it looks like just a 2-team race between yellow and blue. Right now, 2 Pinnacle skaters are coming around. We're going to get begun by the starter, signifying there's one more exchange left. And when there's one more exchange left, there's 2 laps to go.
It's the yellow team still leading. Blue trying to make a pass, but yellow keeps their position in front. Pink and black are still following behind that. It's our last lap. Yellow with the commanding lead, followed by blue, pink, and black as we come around the final corner. That's the way it's going to stay. Yellow, blue, pink, and black.
Good job, everyone. Great racing this weekend. Congratulations to all racers.
And that concludes all of our racing for this competition. Before we go, we want to make sure to give a quick shout out to all the volunteers that make this possible. In the heat box, Garth Linder, our heat box official, along with Jamie Meyer and Aaron Johnson, our heat box stewards. As far as our judges, these are the people who decide who comes in what place across the line. We have Fred Herson, our chief finish line judge. We also have a bunch of other finish line judges, Jet Sheely, Lynn Weiss, Ian Woodbury, Dimitri Pravad, and Jane Gorel. Thank you so much, everyone, for your help here. We also have our lap counters we'd like to thank. We have, of course, the one and only Derek Parra, Paul McGregor, Kathy Feinberg, JT Saltier, and Shalessa Teeples. Thank you very much for making sure all these skaters know how many laps they have to go. We also have our video replay cameras, David Graham, Jim Monty, and Sarah Bowles. Thank you. Also, for running this webcast, we have the Kearns High School team over here. They're right across the street. Thank you so much for running our webcast. And then we have all of our track stewards making sure the ice stays clean for all of our skaters. That's Gavin Ord, Liam McLeod, Ivy Jin, Chris Oler, Courtney Anderson, and Shane Trasolowski. Sorry, Shane. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of these people and all of our volunteers who made this competition possible. Please give these people a quick round of applause. Thank you.
And we've got one more final announcement. I would like to name the World Cup team that will be going to the first 4 World Cups of the season. On the women's side, we have our 3 medalists, Kristen Santos Griswold, Corinne Stoddard, and Julie Latai. Joining them will be Grace Lee, her sister Eunice Lee, and Una Wilhoit. Congratulations. And now moving on to the men, our 3 medalists were Marcus Howard, Brandon Kim, Clayton De Clemente, and joining these 3 men would be our